Alrighty, guys, good evening. Sorry about the long intro here. Had some stuff going on. As it turns out, it happens exactly right when I get started. The usual, right? Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good. Everyone tries to get my attention when I start streaming. That's the way it goes. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Tonight, we're going to be doing more OW2s, guys. We had a lot of fucking cheaters last night. Good evening, Cheese. A lot of fucking cheating last night. That was pretty incredible. Good. We'll see how it goes tonight. I have not seen nearly as much cheating. I haven't seen nearly as much cheating as we had last night, guys, in probably close to a month. So, like, the beginning of December, putting aside the fact that I was having some accuracy issues, I don't know what the fuck was going on there. It took a little bit for me to actually start doing basically on par what I was doing before, and then we messed around with my polling rate and stuff. I thought that was fucking around with it. I don't even know. Stuff and things were going on. The cheating wasn't helping things though. Lots of incredibly accurate Soldier 76s and Widows that out of nowhere just became insanely accurate. Pretty crazy, right? Yeah, just poof. It's like they turn a button in their brain and just all of a sudden they just do really well, and then they do horrible, and then they do really well, and then they do horrible. And it's not just killing me either, just like wipes our team, and then, you know, they're done, and then they wipe their team again, obviously when it gets close to losing the match. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Good, though. Good evening. Let's get into the Reddits here tonight in the tubes, see what's going on there, and go from there. I have some coffee brewing right now, which I'll get to. But yeah, you had some stuff pop up like immediately. I was looking at, they're called dosing pumps too. I've been obviously working today, and I was looking at that just quickly, and as a way of periodically, they're used for fish tanks, but as a way of periodically putting chemicals into a system. Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. Good, though. People in general, guys. Good. Okay, let's see what's going on the tubes here, and go from there. I think I need to switch my camera back to the other side of the screen. It's actually better when it's on the right than the left, because the left usually has content, because everything's aligned left. Like, we've talked about this before, but everything as far as stuff on your screen is always aligned left, because this way text works in most places, is it's left aligned, unless you're in Japan, which is top down. Well, assumably top down. Gamers Nexus broke ground, and decided to make a new video on the 7000 series. 3X 3090 Ti. The fuck is that shit? Opening the vapor chamber. I'd love to take a look at that. I'd also love to take a look at the 50 benchmarks too. We don't have so much time, guys. I'm gonna go get my coffee. Be right back. Ah, huge recall incoming? Everyone loves just saying the recall word, don't they? Even though it's a small subset of their GPUs, everyone's talking recall, recall, recall. Yeah, because that's a sensationalist term for... tech tubers, or tubers in general. Gotta be alarmist and sensationalist. I'm not gonna watch his videos. J2 Cents is where you go when you're looking for entertainment. Curiosity.
Hi and welcome back to another video. Also follow up for the 7900 XTX cooler vapor chamber drama thing. I already talked about this briefly in the previous video that I didn't have enough time to open up the vapor chamber, but that's what we're trying to do today. I also didn't open up a 7900 XTX vapor chamber yet. I'm not an expert in this field anyway. If you want to get some basic info about vapor chambers, there was a great video from Gamers Nexus about the 4090 with NVIDIA. And there you can get an impression of how a vapor chamber works internally and that it has like internal structure. So it's not like just two sheets and you can cut open the side and it will fall apart.
We also talked about this already.
A bit more complex.
Where
luckily,
this is kind of getting out of his areas of expertise. Maybe you watched my video on his video. It starts getting out of your area of expertise and how like you can understand the principle of how a vapor chamber works. But there's a lot of physics that go into the vapor chamber design itself, and it's not something where it's like a highly precise piece of machinery, and you can't just rip it open and go, "Oh, this is what's wrong." It's something that basically the people that make it are going to have to look at it. So AMD or a manufacturer that has expertise in vapor chambers would have to look at it. It's not even like a basic heatsink. It doesn't even the principles of like the heat pump action and how it works and the internal structure is something you can't really easily look at. Even if you rip it open, isn't something where you're going to be like, oh, this is wrong. Because you're not going to really have any idea what you're looking at.
That should definitely help us, but I just guess...
It's like looking at a CPU under an electron microscope and go, oh, this is what's wrong with it, or something stupid like that.
We have our Datron M8 Cube milling machine, and we equipped it with a 6mm end mill, and with manual mode, we just carefully cut inside the vapor chamber. And at this time, honestly, I had no idea how this would look internally. I just knew that from measurements, the vapor chamber has a total thickness of 3.0mm, and the estimate from me was that the sides or the material thickness of each side should be somewhere between like 0.5 to maybe 1mm. Generally speaking, vapor chambers...
So if you guys don't know, the TLDR here, the catch-up TLDR here is the XTXs are having problems with their vapor chambers, apparently depending on orientation. Some people are surmising there isn't enough liquid in there, there's too much liquid in there, or the wicking action's in the wrong spot. There's a lot of things that could be wrong here, but it basically comes down to the vapor chamber having issues, which is why turning the cards different directions actually will fix it, but not all cards have this issue, so it's not like a complete recall because they're all broken, which is what some tech tubers are peddling right now is just complete recall bullshit, because they love being alarmist and sensationalist, because that's obviously what all manufacturers do every single time there's something wrong. It's just a complete recall, right? Jesus Christ.
The PC cooling segment are typically made out of copper, and just for visually purpose, they are, at least in this case, should be black powder coated. And in 0.2mm steps, we decided to cut through the material step by step to see how far or how deep we can go. And after 1.0mm, we could see some kind of circles on the surface. And we thought that these must be the inner struts, like the additional structure to give the vapor chamber more stability, because with a lower internal pressure, otherwise, if it wouldn't have additional structure inside, it would just collapse. So we knew there shouldn't be a lot left, and after another 0.2mm, we could see that the surface...
This is actually a remarkable job. It's not like he just took a hacksaw here, but that's because he has a CNC machine. So CNC machines are incredibly expensive, but him being a tech tuber and having a boatload of money, I guess, means that he could buy one, which I don't really know what I guess he does. He's not just a tech tuber. He also sells like boutique overclocking tools, such as the block for relatively safe delidding.
slowly going away. On the first look, we saw a very fine structure like a net or like a mesh, and with a distance of 1 centimeter to each other, we saw those struts or like those things to give the vapor chamber more stability. Then we continued to add one more groove next to it because we wanted to leave one part of the surface intact just to get an estimate or also figure out if both internal surfaces of the vapor chamber are equipped.
I don't know why you do that. You can
same
literally
type
just
of mesh. And with a little bit of
they want to
force,
keep
like a
it
screwdriver and pliers, we were able to peel this
intact.
off. We will look at this in more detail in a bit. Continuing with the GPU area, how is the heat dissipated in here?
It
And
should
here
went
we
straight to the
find
block.
the same kind of mesh or structure that we saw around, or maybe more.
Like one
That's
straight
why
down the
we
center of
cut
it so you can
another
get a
groove
cross section
right
of it.
around the entire GPU area, because we wanted to remove this surface in exactly the same way. But at least in the groove, it looked exactly in the area previously. And again, because there is a solid connection between both surfaces, we had to use a little bit of violence to remove both surfaces from each other. So use some pliers again, some screwdrivers to just peel it off. And you can see again those struts for additional structure or like support. But these seem to be surrounded by additional material. And you can see that some of this just
pull the water
apart while removing the surface. And the way it looks very brittle, then you already know this has to be some kind of copper sinter material. While removing the GPU cooling part,
I wouldn't touch it with my hand.
Area, I also noticed that the mesh seemed to be still wet. You can see some kind of moisture still left on my thumb, and at least I couldn't smell anything, and just from the viscosity and everything, this could just very well be normal water. And inspecting the surface or this piece further, we can see again there is some mesh. Or
this is where it gets kind of weird because like, what is he going to do with this information? Like,
and the one on the bottom seems to be the same one.
You'd have to fully understand the principles of vapor chamber and then understand how it's pulling away heat, and then like, oh, this is why this is broken.
Parts in the bottom and on top of the vapor chamber just to see if we can spot anything unusual. The like small black pieces you can find in there should be residues from the milling process. I don't think they were in there before. And after some cleaning, we could also spot additional fluid escaping the vapor chamber. So there was definitely a lot of fluid inside, but with this kind of method, like just milling this open, obviously it's absolutely not possible to track or to measure how much fluid was actually
yeah, no
inside.
shit.
And here we have the entire
I mean, this looks pretty cool, to be perfectly honest.
With the 4 opened areas.
Put this in fucking acrylic and mount it.
This area simply because I thought this must be kind of the most unnecessary area. Then also started opening the like end parts on the left and also the end part on the right.
What I also would have done before opening this up, by the way, is I would have taken the heatsink layer off. You should have milled off the top layer here above this and then hit it with a FLIR. So FLIR being a thermal camera. So then you could see how this is actually moving, because obviously the fins on top are going to do what they're supposed to do, right? For the most part, it's not the fins problem. But you'd be able to see the heat transfer on it. Oh, we should actually put that in another.
This small thing on the bottom, which can be used, I guess, for making the internal pressure, to decrease the internal pressure, to fit the boiling point of the fluid, which probably is water, I'm not quite sure about, but at least just from looking at
it's not cancerous.
I could not spot anything unusual. The mesh, which we have everywhere, looks fine in all the locations, but honestly speaking, I was surprised that we have mesh in general, simply because at least judging from heat pipes, there are 3 different types of heat pipes. One is grooved, one is mesh, and one is sintered. The sintered heat pipes are using the same material which we have on those studs right here, but they're using this as like the inner mesh material. Whereas here we just have this normal net or mesh, which at least on heat pipes is only used for like mid-performance heat pipes or mid-quality heat pipes. And whenever you want to fight gravity and when you want to go for full out high performance, then all heat pipes are always using this kind of sinter material. So I was a bit surprised to find this, but again, I'm not an expert on this field, so yeah, this is also just some speculation from my side. And then one more thing I noticed is that apart from the center support rods, all the others, like in this area or here, they don't allow water to flow back on the other side. So that was something I did not expect. So generally speaking, the way it works is that you have water in there, and then you have the GPU contact surface area, and whenever this gets warm, the water on the other side, on this net or mesh, will evaporate. And then the vapor will condense on like all the other side, like on here, on this mesh.
So I wonder if this has to do, like there's a lot of things that could be causing the issues with it, and it could have something to do with, like, let's say the pressure difference between where the cards are and when they're made.
But I was surprised that it's only the center area that allows the water to flow back, and all the other support rods, they don't have sinter on the side or like a mesh on the side, so they don't allow water to flow back, or maybe just in a very small portion. I'm not sure if this is normal or not. Maybe there's an expert out there that can comment on this. But
yeah, no shit.
Just judging from this, it surprised me that there is only a very limited amount of like rods that can transfer the condensed water back from one side to the other side. In these images, we can see this even more clearly. We have a very even and relatively fine mesh on the entire surface, but in the area of the individual studs or around the studs themselves, those support rods, there is no mesh or other sinter material. I'm not quite sure if it's possible.
Vapor chambers have to deal with state changes too. This is why this gets really complicated. It's not just like a flowing system of water where you have like one direction that uses like a filter or uses a mesh to pull it. It can use a state change when it gets too hot or gets cold. Like let's say if they have a liquid that heats up really hot, or state changes when it gets to a certain temperature. And then at that point it will, you know, turn into like more of a gas form, and then it might move more freely between the two meshes on both sides. And then it condenses on the mesh on the opposite side, and then it turns back more into a liquid. For instance, you're not obviously with mesh, but your air conditioner, for instance, uses state changes to move heat from one area to another, right? An AC unit. Depends on which kind of AC unit you're talking about, by the way, but one that uses a compressor and, let's say, Freon. But yeah, like this is where you actually take someone with a physics degree that knows exactly what they're talking about to kind of explain it and then kind of diagnose it. But then we also don't have the information on why it broke in the first place. Like just ripping it open like this, you can't really, you can see how it works more or less, but you don't know why it broke, right?
So also on the internal side of the vapor chamber,
I mean, he opened it up. That's cool.
Mesh. Again, without cinder material. Interestingly, though, it looks like those studs are pressed into.
This is way outside the expertise of most people. And even for people that make normal heat sinks, this is outside their area of expertise.
There are some residues of the mesh which we ripped out. In the GPU area, we have those 9.
This is basically, by the way, a lot like what a heat pipe looks like, which is what they generally use. But phase vapor chambers are better than heat pipes. They're like one big heat pipe, which obviously means it can fail a lot easier. So here's that. And it looks like AMD made one that failed, unfortunately.
There is nothing unusual I could
not completely though, because some aren't broken.
Expected from our special treatment. One more high resolution picture at the end, which is showing the backside of the GPU cold plate, which is showing the stacked mesh, the fine one and the rather rough one, and also it shows some of these areas where those support rods are like connected with the sinter material. I'm shooting this video Monday evening close to midnight, and Computer Base also wrote an article. They are a German media, and they also created a poll within their community to check how many people are affected.
Mein Protected MBA design ist betroffen.
About a quarter is affected. I think that people who are affected are more likely to participate, but generally speaking, seems at least
that's one of the problems right now, is where people will complain. If you guys know, people will be highly likely to complain versus people that'll say, oh, this is great, right? If someone has a negative experience, they are much more likely to issue feedback than someone that has a positive experience. And this can lead to a completely disproportional outcome. I don't know what the term is in psychology. It's like a stats thing. I don't know what the term is in psychology, but if you have a negative experience, you are much more likely to participate and leave negative feedback than if you have a positive experience, right? Because positive experience, you're like, yeah, okay, whatever. I don't give a shit anymore, right? Because you got it, it works fine. You're A-okay. And then, of course, kind of people that read articles in the first place that are like reading into the bullshit. There's a lot of, especially nowadays, there's a lot of people that will train. They'll do like a hate trains or a meme where they just literally just follow what other people say. It's much bigger nowadays where people are like, oh god, this is having so many problems. I saw it so much on Reddit. Once again, going back to our assertion where people are more likely to like leave negative feedback if they're having an issue compared to people with positive feedback, right? Oh, I'm having so many negative issues, and now obviously everyone's having them, right? So I'll just click this button, like there's nothing here to certify that these guys are actually having a problem in the first place, right? It's just a poll. It's a random poll on a German website, that I haven't heard of before. So, yeah.
And with NVIDIA with the 0.04%. From all information I could gather from today, I would assume that there is no construction error in the entire vapor chamber. It all looks kind of fine to me, as I said before.
Yeah, good. DeBauer, you took a CNC machine to it. Congratulations. You can surmise basically about what I could if I looked at that. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, I don't know. But most people that look at a vapor chamber probably have no fucking idea what's going on here, because you'd have to literally understand the physical principles of what's happening and how they work in practice. And that's not something most people can do. And then obviously people that have prototyped these, right? Yeah, we're talking about an extreme niche in industry. So while he can go, oh, there's just nothing that looks really wrong. Yeah, I mean, like you look at a rocket engine and wonder why a rocket explodes when it blows up off the pad, Maybe if something was leaking before and you go, hey, look, that was leaking, right? But if it actually comes down to the aerodynamics of the rocket and how it's propelling itself and the interactions with the atmosphere, you'd be like, yeah, okay, that's just right behind. This is why I mentioned the other day in the video that we watched that it's kind of pointless for him to take it apart. Content. I mean, he's a tuber, right? Part of your job as a content creator is creating content, regardless of what you can find out about it. So,
I'm an expert on this field, so I can just judge from my basic knowledge about heat pipes and vapor chambers. But just looking at this, it seems fine. So then again, I also checked with Igor, who then got also in contact with a vapor chamber vendor. And from their expectation or from their knowledge, looking at this, they assume that there is simply not enough fluid inside the vapor chamber, which is also what we estimated in the previous video when we did the flip test. So
once again, it'd be one of these. It probably has to be a decent amount of testing before you make an assertion like that, right? Because if the other ones are working fine, that means they aren't inserting enough. The measurement process of injecting liquid into the vapor chamber is different depending on each vapor chamber, and or it's evaporating or leaving the vapor chamber somehow, which is even more ridiculous, which means it's not sealed properly, right? If there's a disproportional, because otherwise all the vapor chambers would have the issue, and it's not the case. Not all these vapor chambers have this issue. So, yeah, that's not... It could be because of how easy the material breaks. It could be that some of them were broken, but, it didn't really look that way when he opened it up, like the little post or something. The little mesh on the post like broke off or something. It didn't look that way.
A few milliliters of water missing, a few very expensive milliliters of water for AMD. That's probably it for today. Thanks for tuning in, and in the next days we will get back to some NVIDIA cars. See you soon. Bye bye.
It's acrylic, right? Acrylic. I dropped that thing in some acrylic and hang it out a wall art. Vapor chamber looks much more expensive to manufacture than standard heat pipes. Yes, because it is. It's a very advanced heat pipe. It's one really big advanced heat pipe. Cool. What time is it? I do want to watch the 50 game comparison from Hub. I do want to take a peek at this. I want to look at that though too. That's very interesting. Mainly because not many people open up vapor chambers purely from the idea that you generally don't get to see what's inside a vapor chamber. Not so much being able to figure out what's wrong with the XTXs. Fuck off, J2 cents. I don't care. We aren't watching you, J2 cents. 2070 Ti is a shit show. DOA. Oh yeah? Okay. Why we no longer offer this repair. Okay. I think that's playing on the vapor chamber thing. Sure. Wireless GPU? Yep. Linus Tech Tips just reviewing stuff that most people haven't heard of. Hey, look at this niche item, guys. So there's actually a wireless standard for GPUs, if you didn't know that. What is it called? It's for, it's not wireless as in the GPU itself is wireless, but rather the video output is wireless. So it's a little bit misleading because it's not hooked up to your system wirelessly. Rather, the output from the GPU is wireless. So, surprise! Like, I think that's all Linus does now is just find weird niche technology that no one's heard of before, or possibly not heard of before, and made a video on it. I do want to take a look at the hub video as I mentioned. What time is it? It's already really late, guys. It's a 20-minute video. I really do. I hope it includes 1080p. I really want to watch this. We're gonna take a look at it. I don't care. I don't care. We're watching, guys. We're watching.
Welcome back to Harbor Unboxed. Today, I've got another mega benchmark video for you, this time comparing the new Radeon RX 7900 XTX head-to-head with the GeForce RTX 4080 in 54 games, though some of the titles have been tested using multiple different configurations. So in total, we have 62 game tests, and I've been reliably informed that that is quite a few. So
Thank God.
we'll probably get into it, but before
as opposed to 6?
today's sponsor spot
as opposed to fucking 6 from Gamers Nexus?
A process made SRP comparison offering as I checked, but I'd guess around $1,100 US will be the asking price for this one. Now for testing, the CPU used is the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D with 32GB of dual rank, dual channel DDR4 3200CL14 memory on the MSI MPG X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi. And as usual, we'll be going over the data for about a dozen titles before jumping into the big breakdown graphs. And the resolutions of interest for this one are 1440p and 4K, so let's get into it. starting with Fortnite, which has recently been updated to use the Unreal Engine 5.1 and is the first game to do so. Here we're using the DirectX
No
11 API
1080p.
with the Epic quality preset, and I do realize anyone playing this game competitively with the goal of actually winning will be using competitive quality settings.
And they'll be playing at 1080p. You know, just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there.
Very similar, and that's generally a mix of Epic and then low quality options. But for the sake of this one, which we are focusing on GPU performance, I'll be using Epic exclusively. So in our DirectX 11
ray tracing
test,
on or
the
off?
4080
Now
was
you have to
15%
actually ask.
faster at 1440p and 12% faster at 4K.
Because Fortnite does have ray tracing.
Slightly better 1% lows, which is quite interesting as this wasn't the case for previous builds of the game. Now, where things get messy is
him
when we
streaming the
introduce
game?
DirectX 12, which is required if you wish to take advantage
Awful lot
of
like
the
that.
Unreal Engine 5.1 technologies. The problem is, though, DirectX 12 breaks Fortnite. It seems that it always has, and this is especially noticeable in the fast-paced build fights where this testing was conducted. The RTX 4080, for example, saw an almost 50% reduction in frame rate at 1440p when compared
Most competitive
to
players
DX11
play on the
results
performance settings
using
too.
the
There's a
same
performance
quality
slider.
settings. We're also looking at a 40% hit for the 7900 XTX simply by switching from DirectX 11 to DirectX 12. So that's got to be bad for ray tracing. Now, the main reason for using DirectX 12 in Fortnite is so you can enable Lumen and Nanite technology, which I have to say does look amazing. Having said that, though, neither technology is particularly well suited to a game like Fortnite, as it makes it harder to spot enemies and
Fortnite is basically also a tech demo for Epic, by the way, because Epic predates Fortnite, right? Because they're the company that made it, but they've always made the Unreal Engine basically for Unreal Tournament, right? So you could even say a major part of their business model is not Fortnite, it's selling their engine. So spending a little bit of extra time to sprinkle on some eye candy so you can turn it up and see what it really could look like is definitely something they're into, right? Especially when you can just turn it off.
The frame rates are also horribly low, especially at 4K. High-level players will have a very hard time defeating much less skilled players when limited to just 45 FPS, which is why competitive gamers typically target over 140 FPS, for example.
And 1080p.
Anyway, what's really interesting here is the fact that the ray tracing performance in Fortnite, which is one of the best examples of RT effects in any game right now, at least in my opinion, sees the 7900 XTX and RTX 4080 neck and neck. In fact, the Radeon GPU actually does a better job here with RT Lumen and Nanite enabled. So this is
Lumen is ray tracing.
Surprising result. Another competitive shooter is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and for this testing, I'm using the built-in multiplayer benchmark, as it is useful for measuring GPU performance, but not so much for CPU performance. And for this testing, I'll be looking at frame rates using both the basic and ultra quality presets. At 1440p with the basic settings, we see that the 7900 XTX is 42% faster than the 4080 and 35% faster at 4K. So that is a brutal beatdown here by the Radeon GPU, and these are the kind of results we've come to expect from Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2 when comparing Radeon and GeForce GPUs. And the margins remain much the same with the ultra quality settings. Here the 7900 XTX was 40% faster at 1440p and 35% faster at 4K. Both are impressive gains and both will be very noticeable when gaming, especially the 4K results, though competitive gamers will certainly appreciate and enjoy the massive uplift at 1440p.
And 1080p.
Another game where I tested different APIs is The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Complete Edition. Starting with the DirectX 11 data, I found that the game ran exceptionally well using either GPU with the ultra quality settings, allowing for over 250 FPS at 1440p and well over 100 FPS at 4K. So a great experience here, no frame stutters, no issues. Now, moving to the DirectX 12 API, the game mostly ran well, though I did experience some crashing while testing. Performance overall, though, was down when compared to what we saw using DirectX 11, so objectively DX12 is offering a worse experience than DX11 here. But DX12 does allow you to enable ray tracing, and with the Ultra RT preset enabled, the game ran like crap. Sure, it looked pretty nice, but we went from well over 200 smooth frames per second at 1440p to well under 100 FPS. The RTX 4080 played reasonably well with 66 FPS on average and 1% lows of 48 FPS. It wasn't amazing, certainly not a $1,200 experience, but it was playable. The 7900 XTX
Bad, it's
on the
not
other
at
hand, that
1080p.
was a stuttery mess, completely unplayable, and just a bad experience. Both sucked at 4K, so you will need to use some sort of upscaling technology here. Metro Exodus has long been hailed as a great showcase for ray tracing, and while I think the RT effects here are quite nice, I wasn't all that convinced that it was an impressive showcase given how hard performances hit on previous generation hardware. Here we're running the standard version of the game without RT enabled, and the performance is amazing. Both GPUs rendered over 270 FPS
This is
at
why
1440p
ray tracing is one of the first
and
things
over
people
150
always turn off,
FPS
and
at
why it should be
4K.
always separate from
Both were buttery
benchmarks.
smooth.
They should
The
not be
game
meshed
looked
in
really
with
great, played
rasterization
well,
benchmarks.
so a great experience all around. Now here's the enhanced edition of the game with ray tracing enabled, and I've got to say the 1440p results are still quite good. Yes, the performance hit is massive.
Sure, why he's
but
not
these new
listing RT on here. RT on quality. Kind of a maybe a little bit of a nitpick there, but yeah, like you should be able to always tell people when ray tracing is on because it really fucking matters.
high-end GPUs still managed well over 60 FPS, at least at 1440p.
And that's expected.
For 4K, you will want
AMD's
some
still
kind
behind
of
on ray
upscaling
tracing.
technology, especially with the 7900 XTX, but overall, the results are quite good. As this is an RTX tile though, the 4080 has a massive advantage with RT enabled, pumping out 42% more frames at 1440p and 51% more at 4K, so a significant difference to what's seen in Fortnite using RT Lumen and Nanite. Now, by default, we test F122 with ray tracing enabled, as this is the default setting for the ultra high preset. The 700 XTX still performs well, but ultimately the RTX...
Ray tracing results should always be separate. This is what I pointed out in their initial review, where no one noticed that for F1 2022 was tested with ray tracing on in the rasterization benchmarks. I don't care that it's a preset. That's the first thing everyone fucking turns off. I don't care about that. That's literally something someone will turn off. I don't care if it's the high preset with ray tracing on. There should be a big red flag with like the black and yellow checkerboard across it where it says ray tracing may drastically reduce your performance, because it does. Yeah. So, I mean, most people, it's like almost the difference between 1440p and 4K is the difference between ray tracing on and off. And most people understand when you go to 4K, it's going to really like hammer your performance, right? Yeah, most people understand that ray tracing will break, just absolutely trash your performance, which is why they'll generally turn it off.
4080 does
and when he turns it off, as for their first benchmark, this XTX does insanely good, meaning it does basically what you saw in Warzone, where it's just a lot better than the 4080. And of course, you have to scroll ahead to the ray tracing benchmarks to see the ray tracing off numbers,
12%
which is
performance at 1440p,
kind of weird.
14% more at 4K. In my opinion, though, ray tracing does very little to improve the image quality in F122, and most are probably best turning it off. Doing so improves the performance of the RTX 4080 at 4K.
And it's even more ridiculous at 1080p, but he's not testing 1080p for some reason.
302%
Despite the majority of the install base being 1080p still, as per the Steam hardware review.
RT will be worth enabling, but I suspect for most of you, the performance hit here simply can't be justified, and if true, the 7900 XTX is the superior performer in this title. Now, playing the Rift Breaker using the ultra quality visual settings provided very little challenge for these high-end
Rift Breaker's fantastic, guys.
Both easily push past 300 FPS at 1440p and over 170 FPS at 4K.
And unfortunately, 2000% doesn't really work well. Your computer grinds to a halt, or mine does.
That being the case, the game is worth playing with ray tracing enabled, as performance of both GPUs is still
assuming you're not doing 2000%.
And the shadow detail in particular is much more impressive. Even the 7900 XTX produced well over 200 FPS at 1440p and over 100 FPS at 4K, so although the RTX 4080 was 16% faster, both did deliver a similar experience. Next, we have Warhammer 40,000 Darktide using the Autodesk Stingray engine, and this one appears well optimized for both AMD and NVIDIA GPUs, as the 7900.
I don't know why he's doing this weird thing where he's doing like ray tracing sometimes before or after,
using the high quality preset
instead of ordering them
comfortably over 100 FPS on average at 1440p and 60 FPS at 4K.
And now he's only explicitly mentioning ray tracing off.
Here we're again using the highest quality preset.
Sometimes
doing so sees the
I guess the deviation
XTX
between presets
outperforming the RTX 4080 to the tune of a 21% margin at 1440p and 10% at 4K. So a clear win here for the Radeon GPU, though both did deliver excellent performance given the visual quality settings. Here we have the Callisto Protocol, and this is another new game where the 7900 XTX is able to best the RTX 4080, winning by an 8% margin at 1440p and 3% at 4K. That said, it's the substantially better 1% low performance that really gets the Radeon GPU over the line here, improving 1% lows at 1440p by 20% and then 11% at 4K. The last game I'm going to look at the individual results for is World War Z Aftermath, and the reason I'm going to include this game is because I think it's an example where AMD will be able to improve performance with future driver updates. Traditionally, Radeon GPUs have performed very well in this title. The 6900 XT, for example, comfortably beat the 12GB 3080, yet here the 7900 XTX gets wrecked by the RTX 4080, with the GeForce GPU delivering a staggering 64% more performance at 1440p and 26% more at 4K. So again, this is a title where I expect AMD will find quite a bit of extra performance with a new driver update, probably before too long. Okay, so we've taken a detailed look at just a few of the 54 individual games tested. So now it's time to compare the GeForce RTX 4080 and Radeon RX 7900 XTX across all of the games I've spent the past few weeks benchmarking. And we'll start with the 1440p data. Here we have the data for all 62 test configurations squeezed into a single graph, showing us that on average, the 7900 XTX was just 1% slower than the RTX 4080 across a massive.
But this also includes ray traced on games as well as ray traced off games, and just having two results does not mean they have equal weight on the distribution. I don't know why he's doing this again, but you're throwing ray trace results in with rasterization performance instead of having them separate, right? Because that's basically a selling thing. If you have an AMD GPU, you're generally not going to turn ray tracing on. If you have an NVIDIA GPU, depending on the performance, you're probably not going to have it on. It's the first thing you turn off. So, yeah,
Sample of games. Of course, we have a number of ray tracing enabled titles here. This is just everything I tested for this video. Now, at the 4K resolution, the 7900 XTX is actually 1% faster than the RTX 4080. So in other words, performance overall was again pretty much identical. The 700 XTX suffers its worst losses in Metro Exodus Enhanced Edition and The Witcher 3 using RT. Meanwhile, it enjoyed its greatest wins in Modern Warfare 2 using the basic or ultra quality settings, with solid wins in Borderlands 3, Death Stranding, Far Cry 6, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's worth noting that for 42 of the 62 configurations tested here, so almost 70% of the data, we're looking at single-digit differences between these two GPUs. Now, when it comes to thermals, the results will vary depending on the model used. For this comparison, we had the Gigabyte Aorus 7900 XTX and RTX 4080. Looking at the Aorus Master RTX 4080, we find when installed inside an ATX case with the doors closed, with an ambient room temperature of 21 degrees, that after an hour of playing Hitman 3, we saw a peak hotspot temperature.
I think the only thing that really matters in this case is like the sound. Maybe if the cooler sucks so much, the sound. Even then, it depends on the fan. Depends on what it's supposed to run it. There's a lot of things that go into sound, but I think the end result, whether or not it matters to you, is how loud it is, and if it's annoyingly loud, like a whine or something. Like when you guys listen to me and I whine,
with the memory running at 2.4 gigabits per second, so a good result overall. Now, the Gigabyte Aorus Elite 7900 XTX is a very cool customer, peaking at just 72 degrees for the hotspot, with an average GPU temperature of just 58 degrees. The VRM temperature peaked at 75 degrees, and it was the memory that ran the hottest of all, hitting 90 degrees, which is significantly hotter than the memory used by the RTX 4080, though we are comparing GDDR6 with GDR6X. The Aorus Elite 7900 XTX also ran quieter at 37 decibels, and that's surprising given that the total system usage was much higher for the Radeon GPU at 555 watts, opposed to 465 watts with the RTX 4080. Finally, the 7900 XTX typically clocked its cores at 2690 MHz, with the memory operating at 19.9 gigabits per second. Okay, so that's all of the benchmark data. Let's make a few conclusions. Now, when I reviewed
1080p data,
4080 back in mid-November,
which is pretty poopy. You should, I think instead of like,
performance-wise, sure.
It's kind of weird, but I actually think he should be testing it. If you have a choice of two resolutions to test, it should be 1080p and 1440p, not 1440p and 4K. 4K obviously being much more rigorous on the card, right? So you can make a case for testing 4K on occasion, but if you're putting in a lot of work and you have to test only two resolutions because of the work that you put in, it should be 1080p and 1440p. The reason for that is the majority of the install base for gamers is 1080p, and then 1440p, and then 4K. So why would you test the resolution people have the least of? Let's see. I think 1440p may be exactly the same as 1080p or maybe even surpassed it. What do you see resolution? Their headsets. Number of CPUs per computer, because that's a really telling stat right there, because that matters a lot. Because, you know, eight cores on Bulldozer is vastly different than 8 cores on an Intel nowadays, right? Yeah, you know. Primary display resolution. 1080p. 1440p is the second most resolution. 4K is around 4%. Yeah, so I don't know why. Look, what is this? 720p or 768 has more people playing on it than 4K. Yeah.
4080 was great, but at $1,200 US.
So you can still
really
figure out some
excite
stuff
me,
here.
and in the end concluded that we
Multi-monitor
really needed to wait
desktop.
for the 700 XTX before making any concrete
Maybe this is your
conclusions.
second monitor.
On December 13th, we finally got to see what the 7900 XTX was all
Widescreen.
about, and overall, I'd say it's a decent product, at least relative to its GeForce competitor. But whether or not it's worth the $1,000 US will depend on how much stock you place in stuff like ray tracing performance. Basically, I felt, in a nutshell, the 7900 XTX did a good job of matching the RTX 4080 in terms of value, but ultimately found that that was pretty underwhelming, given that without a direct competitor, I already felt that the 4080 represented quite poor value. So now we just have a Radeon alternative to a product that I was none too excited about. I've
But
been
it's
thinking
also
quite a lot about
faster.
the 7900
Unless you
XTX
include
in
ray
my own
tracing
review and
benchmarks
why
in
I
your
felt it's so
rasterization
underwhelming.
benchmarks, you know.
Of course, it's easy to point to AMD's RDNA 3 announcement, which overpromised, claiming performance and efficiency gains that simply weren't replicated by any reputable reviewers, but it is more than that. If we think back to my Radeon RX 5700 XT reviews, that was a product that I very much liked and deemed excellent value, and the margins were kind of similar. The 5700 XT was 20% cheaper
And
than the
XTX is still
2070
excellent
Super, so
value
$100
compared to
saving,
NVIDIA today.
and it offered a similar level of performance to its GeForce competitor. Meanwhile, the new 7900 XTX is 16% cheaper than the RTX 4080, and again, it does offer a similar level of performance while saving you $200. But the situation with the 700 XTX is quite different. Firstly, the 2070 Super was a decent product. It killed off the Radeon 7, at least for gaming, and it was worth recommending at $500 because it essentially offered what was previously $800 performance with the RTX 2080. So for the 5700 XT to come in and offer a similar level of performance, but at a lower $400 price point, well, that was quite impressive. Moreover, the RTX brand of features wasn't nearly as strong 3 years ago. DLSS support and image quality wasn't what it is today, and very few games implemented RTFX well, so neither technology was a strong selling point for GeForce GPUs, making the cheaper 5700 XT all the more appealing. The 7900 XTX, on the other hand, is competing with a far worse value product in the RTX 4080, and while the Radeon GPU is cheaper, it's generally inferior when it comes to stuff like ray tracing performance. It still lacks a true upscaling competitor to the widely supported DLSS.
FSR? Wait, what? FSR is very much in line with DLSS now. Not all the time, but it's pretty fucking close. And ray tracing is, once again, the first thing that you turn off, which is why it should never be included in rasterization benchmarks.
It sucks down quite a bit more power, and driver support certainly isn't nearly as mature, with a few strange niggles here and there. Still, I'd say
I'm not sure I buy that.
The 7900 XTX matches the value of the RTX 4080, and most of you tell us you'd purchase it over the GeForce GPU, at least based on
I'd buy an
data from a
XTX
recent
right
poll.
now if I wasn't
I
locked
also think
into
moving forward,
NVIDIA's
ray tracing
ecosystem right now with
performance
streaming.
might be less of an issue, at least if what we're seeing in Fortnite is anything to go by. Sure, there'll always be RTX titles sponsored by NVIDIA where Radeon GPUs get slaughtered. That's just how the game seems to be played. But overall, I think AMD's ray tracing performance is now in a pretty good place.
Much better
At the
than
end
it
of the
was.
day, I don't think you should purchase either of these products at their current MSRPs, so $1,000 for the 7900 XTX and $1,200 for the RTX 4080. But it does seem like most of you are more interested in the cheaper 7900 XTX, and I can certainly get on board with that, but I'll be a lot happier if we see a price drop in the near future. As for the Gigabyte Aorus models, they both performed exceptionally well. Cool and quiet is the name of the game here. The only challenge beyond availability is squeezing them in your case,
fat mama.
especially the Aorus Master. Anyway, that is going to do it for this massive benchmark comparison. If you enjoyed this content and appreciate the work that went into it, then please
A little
hit
bit
the like button for us.
rotund there,
And if
guys.
you'd like more Hardware Unbox goodness, then check us out over at Plane or Patreon. Signing up to either of those will get you access to exclusive monthly live streams, Discord server, Q&As, and behind-the-scenes content. So yeah, if you're interested, check it out. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this video. I'm your host, Steve. See you again next time.
This is Razor Glass bar fight material here. Like, this is Razor Glass bar fight material here. Like, broken glass bar fight material here. Should all be tested, but I understand time constraints. Regardless of preset, I don't think I would ever include ray tracing benchmarks in a comparison with rasterization benchmarks. They should always have their own section, and as most people understand, it's the first thing you turn off when you get crap performance. Games are now bottlenecked by three things: CPU, GPU, RT performance. Turning off ray tracing is one of the first things you do, as it removes that bottleneck. Like, this is broken glass bar fight material here. Guys, I do appreciate the video. Tech tubers. Okay, so you start to question if they're even testing the. You don't need to test 40 games or whatever it's up to. I think this is double. This is not 40 games or 50 plus games. This is like 20 games, only including multiple resolutions and multiple tests on it. So it's not really technically 50 plus games. Okay, and then we're going to leave this on the Reddit in case that gets purged. It already fell off. It looks like it already fell off. Shit. Calling some batches of 1700 XDX. It already fell off the page. That sucks. Maybe we won't post it to the Reddit. Okay. It's already gone. That's what happens when you wait longer than a day. It's just Reddit just zooms it away. It's gone forever. 1 day ago. Lots of 50s here. Okay. Bye-bye. All right, let's do our upload. January 1st, 2023. Yeah. This is first. Yep. Overwatch. Yes. Watch 2. Mm-hmm. Good. Okay. Not CGI? Oh my god, blue fingers in a blue suit? Yes. Okay. Let's move on to the Reddits, guys, and go from there. Kiriko on the Cinematic is loving, kind, compassionate, protector. In-game, she's an angsty, edgy, smart-ass teenager. I hate it. Yes, she is annoying. She's an annoying bitch. I'd agree with that. Sick-minded, Blizzard thought that the reward for winning 100 comp games should be half a battle pass tier. Yep. AMD Reddits. Open the vapor chamber. Our video. Let's see. My comments. I guess I can go to his channel and find him manually. I think I would need to heavily modify it for Reddit. I don't think I'm going to do that. There's construction error in the chamber itself. It seems to lack coolant from the factory. Yeah, it's now being perpetuated as hearsay. Good. Gamers X is covering heat pipe mechanics. They generally said orientation doesn't matter, and the vaporizing capillary circulation process will be going on regardless of position and orientation. Yep. There's just a bunch of people making logical assertions based on the information. Yeah, that's why they literally it's someone that has to know what's going on. They have you have to have a degree in this or make them to know what's going on here. Does appeal to common sense? Well, it's not about common sense. Common sense, when you don't know what you're talking about, can be literally fucking anything because you don't have enough information. It's a Dunning-Kruger thing, right? So, Dunning-Kruger, you can't just pretend that you know what you're talking about when you don't, because you're just making a logical assumption based on your own knowledge, which is nothing close to the niche that is required to work on it. Vapor chamber lose liquid after 6 to 10 years. It would lose it all at once. No. Even metals diffuse into each other, so gaseous liquids can do the same through metal. Yeah. It's just the speed is quite slow. Yep. Just like all-in-one coolers lose their liquid and dry out over time. This is good and all, but isn't AMD's responsibility. It's not secret to AMD how it's built, since anyone can open it up, and many companies have been doing that. Why do we have things instead of AMD just tell us what the hell is going on? Because AMD doesn't need to tell us what's going on, and because it's content for devour. Our Ryzen 7000X 3D chips being announced at CES. Well, assumedly so. That's what we're all waiting for, so yeah. Good luck trying to open your gift early. I can't wait, guys. Tell me what's going on. I can't wait. I can't wait. Tell me, tell me. DVD Reddits. The dev update. We need to look at this. Oh my god, guys. Nurse got nerfed, by the way. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to look at tonight. Well, we don't have time to do this tonight. We'll do this tomorrow. Hey, KSA. Oh, look at KSA arrives right when I was going to talk about Dead by Daylight. Nurse got nerfed. We'll look at this tomorrow. We aren't going to cover it tonight. And that's mainly because we just spent a shitload of time in the podcast section looking at the XTX issues and benchmarks. So, not tonight. Nurse Baines can't abuse us anymore, lol. Yep, everyone knew Nurse was going to get nerfed, because obviously enough survivors bitched about it. Oh, I should make a post on it. Oh, I was going to do September 2022. Top 5% MMRs. Where's Nurse? We're going to make a satire knee-jerk response to this. This is going to be fantastic. There's Sadako's even up here. Top 5%. Sadako. I'm looking right past her. There she is. 61%. This is going to be great. It's going to get downvoted into oblivion, but I love it. Let's see. Save the image. I don't want to save whatever stupid format this is. Download the save image as Google Chrome extension. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Why is this a thing? Like, it is... It is in PNG. Image as. Well, that's why you're literally looking at it. I'm not going to do that because I want it to show up as a photo. I don't want it to show up as a web page. Maybe I can hot link to the web page. But the whole reason I was looking at that is because when you do this, it asks for URL. I don't want the URL, I want an image. So it shows up on the list so people can see what I'm linking. Let's see. .webp. I don't want .webp. I think I can open it in Paint and save it. There we go. Got it. I'd open it in Paint and then save it again. Good. Thanks, Google. There we go. Oh my god, Ice, good evening. Pretty good. So, we're going to post the MMR, the top 5. This is top 5%, by the way. Top 5%. We're going to post it. Wesker is overperforming Nerf Nurse. Which is a meme, by the way, where developers will wrongly nerf things that don't matter. But this is gonna get a lot of hate, by the way. But the DBD community hates Nurse so much. It has nothing to do with how well she's performing. This is top 5%, and in overall MMR, she's even worse. Nothing to do with how well she's performing for most people. This is literally about dealing with the 0.1% of players. Yeah, or 0.01% players. Yeah. Oh, this is great. Is that the best way of wording it? Wesker is overperforming Nerf Nurse. Wesker get nerfs too? And once again, we're going to cover this tomorrow. But we have to do this today. I have to make this today. Night is terrible, by the way. We talked about that already. Yeah, I know. We'll take a look at this tomorrow. Time. Oh, yeah? Oh, you're unable to sleep, but yet here I am. I see. When you can't sleep, I'm convenient, huh? Oh, you have to be a functional adult and you can't watch me at 1 in the morning? Oh, jeez. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, you know? I don't think we can take you back. I don't think that's the way this works, you know? You weren't willing to put in the time, fuck up your sleep schedule, I guess. Sorry to hear that, by the way. Hope you're doing all right, or things are going to get better for you. But yeah, things are going pretty good. Happy New Year's. We're playing Overwatch now, not playing Dead by Daylight currently, which is what we're going to get to here in a second. But obviously, first we have to troll survivors, because survivors are so fucking easy to piss off, and it's hilarious. This might even get moderated. Like, the moderators might remove this because of how inflammatory it might be. Public test, event, tech support, shit post. It is technically shit post meme. That, so it won't get removed. Send replies to my inbox? No way. Yeah. COVID ear infection. COVID does a lot of stuff. Yeah. Unfortunate to hear that. Christmas sometimes strikes back, especially when you get some of the family members that don't get vaccinated. Although vaccine's questionable at this time. Not questionable as in there's no reason to get them, but how much they help with there's a lot of new COVID variants that are out there now. So, hope it goes well for you. COVID, for me, did a lot of weird shit. And it would have been much worse if I never got vaccinated, so I'm happy that I got vaccinated. But COVID did a lot of weird things. It felt like I had the flu one day. It felt like I had an ear infection one day. It felt like I had not ear infection. It felt like I had sinus infections that rotated around my nose. It went from, I had never felt like my head wanted to explode so hard. It was like right here on the side of my face, right where my sinus was. And then it moved to my other sinus, and then it moved to the top of my head. This one was the worst, though, when it was over here. It just felt like, oh God, like that. I had to get decongestant, I think I used. I had to get something in me to take care of that because that was horrible. There's a day where I couldn't move, and a day when I couldn't, like, I was functionally, like, had constant chills and sweaty, but also at the same time, like, couldn't fucking get warm enough. Yeah, it's all over the place. COVID is not something where there's just a uniform. It's just like one thing. It will do a bunch of different things. There's new research now, too, about like how COVID reactivates older viruses in your body. Yeah, weird shit. It's probably made by aliens or something. I don't know at this point, or just eating bats in China. But yeah, a lot of weird shit going on there. It's one of those things that you definitely don't want to get if you can avoid it. So hope you get better. But yeah. Takes a bit. Mine was gone in about 4 days, but 3 days, and then the end of it was I just had a sore throat, I think, if I remember right. No, I had a stuffy nose at the end of it. It was all over the fucking place. It was so fucking weird. Well, that's what happens when I had because if you didn't know how COVID works, it starts in your sinuses. It actually, it festers up in your sinuses. And it wasn't until, like, the third day where I got hit with the sinus thing. And I mean, if your sinuses are infected, it's going to affect things like your jaw and your teeth, too, because it's just in the vicinity. So you can have something happening here, and it'll radiate down the side of your face and up the side of your head. Yeah. It goes all over the place. Just don't... It may sound like you're just getting something weird, something's different with you, but it's literally... COVID is, like, pretty good at just doing lots of just stupid shit. Just, like, a lot of different things. Obviously, shutting down your lungs being... the earliest form of COVID, right, really did a number on people. Now not so much because it's split off into all the variants that aren't as horrible. Keep your liquids, by the way, stay hydrated. Is another good one. But I've never had, I don't think my jaw ever ached, but at one point it felt like this was going to explode right here. Like, there was so much pressure there, it felt like it was going to blow up or something, I don't know. Which probably means that there wasn't that much pressure. You're just not used to there being a significant amount of pressure in your sinus, right? So. Yeah. There's a couple people I knew. There's, like, all the false assertions. So there's a couple people that got the vaccine, and then, like, 2 weeks later, they got COVID. And then they think the vaccine gave them COVID, which it doesn't. It literally can't give you COVID. And the reasoning for that is there's a stress reaction your body goes through after you get sick, where you can end up in this endless loop. By the way, unrelated to COVID, you can end up in this endless loop. You basically, your body ramps up with stress of any kind, anxiety and stress, not just being sick. Your body will ramp up to meet the stress event, and then it will go down, and you'll end up, your immunity and your ability to fight off things will be lower than when you first go in. It's a psychological phenomenon. And this happens, like, for instance, where everyone gets sick during finals in college, right, or during the springtime, because your immune system, like, you ramp up to meet the stressor of your finals, and then it ramps down, and then everyone just gets sick afterwards because they're, like, in a recoup mode, right? So if you ramp up to meet the fact that you have the vaccine, which your body does, and then you go out of it, and then it goes down underneath your normal baseline, you are more likely to get sick, not just COVID, with anything, really. And if you're around COVID, obviously, you might get it more often. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that'll happen. That's pretty rough if you're in that scenario right now, but it gets better as it goes. It gets better. You just have to go through it. Can't stay hydrated if you can't keep anything down, right? I had some friends, for instance, that were one of the reasons that they felt so like shit was because they weren't staying hydrated. Like, they're having all sorts of issues, and then they just weren't staying hydrated on top of it, which made everything worse. I had one of my female friends was like that, and she was horrible, in an absolutely horrible state. And then when she, like, I told her to start drinking Gatorades, and she did, and she started feeling better right away. But that's, like, if you're dehydrated in general, putting aside COVID, if you're dehydrated, that will start fucking you over so hard. And, like, especially extreme versions of dehydration, your body can't handle it. Drinking water matters, obviously. To a certain extent. Anyways, we're going to make a Dead by Daylight meme. Wesker overperforming Nerf Nurse is going to be my post. This is going to be so good. I don't see anyone else making it here, or they got downvoted into oblivion. But this is playing on where developers will nerf something unrelated to whatever's overperforming based on their stats. And the Dead by Daylight community makes posts like this all the time. Other developers in their community make posts like this all the time, not developers themselves, but the community makes posts about the developers doing stuff like this in other forums. And here, it's a particular thing because survivors are the ones that are advocating constantly for nerfing Nurse. And yeah. We'll see what happens here. Oh, this is going to trigger people so hard. The survivor so hard. And normally I'm not a sadistic person, by the way, guys. It's just when it comes to people being spoiled and entitled, like, ridiculously, like, a ridiculous amount, it really makes me, like, just really want to point that out. And this is a way of doing so. So, yeah, there's a lot of people who are like, no, killers and survivors are in the same boat. Killers are just as spoiled and entitled as survivors are. Yeah, fuck they are. The fuck they are. Have you seen some of the replies I've gotten to my games while playing Dead by Daylight over the 2 years we played it? Yeah, the fuck they are. There's no fucking way. There's no way. I've watched plenty of killers play the game. Or I've watched plenty of survivors play the game, and like occasionally they'll bend a killer out of shape, right? That does happen because of course they exist on the other side. It's not nearly the same thing. Let's see. Wesker's overperforming Nerf Nurse. Check the send replies to my inbox post. Good though. I love it. I love it, guys. Let's see. Should I still play Nemesis? Well, I don't play. I haven't played Dead by Daylight for probably 3 months at this point. But yeah, up until that point, I was. Hmm. 1 second, guys. Things. Ah. One second, guys. Been playing Overwatch 2? Yeah, I've been generally enjoying Overwatch 2 while I've been playing it. I don't think it's better than Overwatch 1, but obviously that's highly subjective. A lot of people are just enjoying it just simply because it's different, because they've played, especially content creators, because they've played Overwatch 2 for eons at this point. So anything that's different is basically better to them. But yeah, I've been enjoying it, mainly because it's been a challenge, because it's been so long since I've actually played the game, or playing a first-person shooter in general, so... it's been a challenge to basically get back into things and be productive, be skillful. One second, guys. Sorry. I'm taking care of something right now. Business as usual. Good, good, good. Yeah, last night it's like, Jesus, the amount of people we have fucking cheating in our games was insane. And then on top of us having aiming issues, I don't know why. Okay, I'm gonna wash out my coffee cup here real quick, guys, and I'm gonna grab my soda right away, and we'll finish this off. 1 second. But yeah, the Dead by Daylight community absolutely freaks the fuck out and overemphasizes nerfing killers for sure. And people that seem to think that Dead by Daylight is 1-to-1, as in both sides are equally as balanced, though they're just full of shit. Absolutely full of shit. $1,800 upvotes for nerfing Nurse? Uh-huh. Props to BHVR for making 100% turnaround with the fan base. After all the changes, gameplay to balance, minimizing the grind, ditching their negative attitudes. Literally a comment purely after nerfing nurses. I'm just happy to be able to finally start playing her again without death threats. They definitely shuffle things with internal leadership. Curious to see who the new lead designer is. Patrick seemed like a good guy, but also really out of touch with the culture of the player base, i.e. he's not a Survivor sympathizer. He didn't just give survivors free wins. Okay, we'll talk more about this tomorrow with the developer update, guys. We aren't going to cover this tonight. This is going to spend a shitload more time talking about it. Kind of lonely being the only one. Unhated DBD Killers annual meetings. And it's just... it's just Hillbilly, because Hillbilly sucks dick. Like the one guy on Twitch that all he did was do Space Billy because literally he couldn't fucking do anything useful. He couldn't kill people. So he just constantly tanked his MMR by playing Space Billy. On to the next killer to nerf. Druid's gonna be after Blight. Nemesis? Okay. Let's move on, guys. We aren't going to cover, as I mentioned before, we aren't going to cover the dev blog because that's going to take a significant amount of time. We'll do that tomorrow's stream. We're going to move on to actually playing games. Since the podcast went over so much, so. I actually already got replies on my my post. Let's see if I can find it. I have it open on my laptop. I'm already 0. I'm already at 0. 50% upvoted. Nerf Peg, please, 2 OP. Bro, these twins mains are surely doing a good job. Wesker unironically too easy. We're obviously gonna revisit this tomorrow, guys. Don't worry about it. We'll definitely revisit it tomorrow. Huh. Hilarious. Okay. I hope I can see how, like, if it goes negative, I hope I can see how far negative it goes. I really do. It's basically a compliment at this point in the Dead by Daylight forums. Or Dead by Daylight Reddits, excuse me. Alrighty. Let's play some OW2s, guys. Okay. I'm wearing some new socks. I thought to be better than my old socks. They don't appear to be better than my old socks. I don't know why. Like, it's so hard to get good socks, guys, in terms of how big they are. Because I have big feet, how big they are. Like, even if they say 15 to 17, they aren't 15 to 17. They're, like, made for 14 max. Fucking weird. Yeah. Huh. And then they're too tight around the waistband. I need to get like diabetic socks or something, even though I'm not diabetic. I have problems with edema, which is where you get fluid that pools in your feet. I think as part of what was happening with my tendons was reduced blood flow was causing issues. But I'm trying to figure that one out. And changing socks. Normally in the summer I don't even wear socks. Even wear socks anymore. My feet are warm enough and it doesn't matter to me.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway.
Can't fucking wait. Some people are gonna find that post hilarious and other people are gonna absolutely try to downvote it into the ground.
4, 3, 2, 1. Strike from above. Objective unlocked. 3, 2, 1.
How many cheaters do we have today? Let's find out.
I will not waste it. Watching this nicht getan. Heat check confirmed.
Fuck to their... Oh, bitch. Missed. I had no idea where their fucking, Mercy went. Ah!
Don't give these fools a set. I see an enemy. You don't have a set. Enemy getting up. Move. Aerial positioning underway. Excellent. The barricade is making progress. Dispersing. Enemy over here. Rain from above. Increasing altitude. Spawn active.
We get a toggle? We get a lovely toggle? I love lovely toggles. I love lovely toggles. Kind of looking that way. Not who I want to see. Uh-huh.
There's more to learn. En route.
The enemy outnumbers. We cannot let them take the robot.
On my way. Group up here. Checking in. Supplying damage increase. I am empowered. Pick up the air.
Ew. And get into the window.
I'm back.
We get a couple toggles, guys? Feeling that way.
Stick with the robot.
Yeah. Pretty sure we got a toggle. Oh, yeah? Good for you.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Completely random over at the beginning of the match, guys. Don't worry about it. Ah. And being able to hit me perfectly fine through the trees. Definitely cheating. Uh-huh.
Aim where they're going.
Yeah?
I don't stay down.
It's like he knew I was sitting, he had no line of sight on me in any way, shape, or form, and he knew I was there with 0 health. That wasn't meant for the Lucio that was on the wall. Definitely cheating. Good for them. Uh-huh.
System repaired.
Uh-huh. By the way, one of the hardest things to do when you're aiming is aim straight up, because you eventually reach the point where you have to spin around and that completely fucks up your aim and muscle memory. But don't worry, you had no problems with that. Uh-huh.
Over 76 reporting security.
Fucking hilarious shit. You guys, no problems hitting. That sucks. Bitch, he fucked up. He knew I had ult up, that's why he started running around randomly. Fuck off. Instead of shooting me down like earlier, he ran around randomly because he knew I had an ult up.
The skies await.
Good shit.
On the move.
He knew I was coming, and I gave it to him. Cheating piece of shit. Oh.
Health restored. I am empowered.
Right on my face intentionally. No. Notice how he's not running around randomly anymore? Looks like he has a bone machine butt too.
Returning to battle.
The Ash just has a normal snap bot where it clicks you on trigger pull. God, I wish I got healed like you. It's not the problem. They have cheaters on their team, guys. They're going to run over our team and destroy our healers. Doesn't matter. No healing will save you. Nope. Just looking at me through walls right now. Good shit. There's no way no people cheat at video games! There's no way! They're functional human beings! Yeah, I know this guy's definitely cheating. I need a paragraph. Even this game does not give you a paragraph. These guys did very notable things. This guy was definitely just straight up looking at people through walls. Typing space. Good. Yeah, that's straight up cheat on, guys. After they got ran over at the beginning of that match, they 100% toggled, and it was instant death the moment that we ever appeared. And the one fucker that was complaining about the healers, it had nothing to do with the healers. It had nothing to do with anyone. When someone toggles on, guys, when they're using a hit scan hero and they toggle on, there's almost nothing you can do about it besides hiding behind barriers. That's the only thing you can do about it. You have to either be out of line of sight or hide behind barriers. And if you can't do either of them, you just die. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're Pharah. It doesn't matter if you're playing Kiriko or a Mercy. You're just going to get instantly exploded because they're using an aimbot, because they're cheating. That's the way it works. There's a huge difference between the beginning of that match and then after they toggled on, as can be seen by them instantly just running over the table. It didn't matter if I switched off Pharah. It wouldn't have mattered if the healers just like heal-botted the one guy that was asking for it, because we literally would have exploded. It literally doesn't matter. And by the way, one of the reasons I refuse to switch off Pharah is because that's what they want you to do. Like, not your teammates, putting aside your teammates. This is quick play. Put aside your teammates. When people are cheating, I found the amount of people that hate Pharah, that absolutely loathe her. Like, they actually hate cheating, and they have to do it, and they get pissed off that they have to do it. Like the guy that said I threw, which is the guy that was toggled on, by the way. The guy that said I threw was the guy that also toggled on. Which is, once again, when people are cheating, they absolutely fucking hate. Well, not always, but a lot of them hate having to do it, but they know they have to do it. It's pretty fucking hilarious shit. Widow. Bye. Boop.
Making another approach.
I am outstanding. I have reached the objective. Come aid me.
Enemy here. I see an enemy.
I don't know if you can actually throw a grounding ray up there. I don't know what else to call it. I think we're going to end up with a Widow that gets insanely accurate here in a second. Let's find out. Like I said, Pharah is like the origin story of like 95% of the people that cheat in Overwatch. I am very confident in that now. About to go get a med kit. I wish it would give you some sort of indicator when the shield's about to come down. Hey, buddy. Oh, I should have done this sooner. I was trying to get over the fence so I didn't kill myself.
I will tear victory from your grasp.
I don't want to talk about it.
That sucks.
Okay, my head's in the game.
We gotta displace him. Oh. Let's see.
Always more to learn. On the move. Let the keep. Best round. Why? Deliver out, Prometheus.
Good.
Score.
Dude, we were like absolutely owning it at the beginning of that last game, by the way. Up until the toggle point. Which is hilarious when that one guy started freaking out. It's like maybe he wasn't there for the beginning of the match. But for the first like minute and a half of that match, we absolutely ran over that entire enemy team until the 2 DPS toggled on. And then just started killing everyone over and over and over again.
I wasn't listening.
Good juxtaposition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture. Positioning underway. One more win. This should be easy.
Lucio speed. Hey, buddy. Hi. I have a Lucio I need to kill.
Establishing aerial position.
They're all dead. It looks like our entire team's dead. That's the Widow from earlier that apparently has a chip on her shoulder. Got stuck on the wall. Uh-huh.
Try something else. Shake it off.
And Lucio's still sitting here. We aren't going to give a shit about him. We're just going to go to point. He can sit back there and do whatever he wants.
I'm on the objective. Hold your right.
And just got pulled out of a push, even though I was going the opposite direction. He late hooked me. Yeah, that wasn't where I was on my screen. Good for him.
The skies await. Aerial positioning underway.
Bye. Oh, that's hilarious.
Excellent teamwork. Dispersing. Repulsion. Was there any doubt?
That's one angry Widowmaker. Lovely. Why are we taking notes? What? Yeah. Apparently a Symmetra that's tooting their own horn because they've never seen another good Symmetra player or something. Yes, sir. You're right on that. Good, good, good.
Strike from above. Women away. Elimination minutes.
Pariso! Oh my god! Mmm. Good, good, good. Good.
Strike from above.
Je sens que je vais bien m'amuser.
What? Stop swearing at me in French.
Take care of each other out there. Nine. I should get a puppy. We had the most adorable Rottweiler back at base.
Over here! I'm sneaking a trip to the beach after this. I won't tell if you don't.
I'm not going up there today. No. No. No.
Let's keep each other safe.
Post. That's another reason I didn't want to go up there, but, you know, Mercy is very enthusiastic. Has got that. Oh. No. I missed that one shot. I need to kill him, guys.
Always more to learn. Up and away.
No. Hey, it's Keiko.
But we got
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
justice. Reigns from above.
Hey,
I take care of my friends.
Do you now, bitch? Because I'm your friend. No, you don't. trying to time whack-a-mole.
Dispersing.
Probably could bop him out. And headshot.
Shake it off.
Eventually you're gonna get hit. Unfortunately, it was a headshot.
Establishing aerial position.
Yeah, I knew she was gonna try and do that. Like, dodging that first sleep dart is incredibly important. That's her Hanzo, I believe?
Made a tactical error. Increasing altitude. What's up? 30 seconds. Dispersing. Hello there. Over there.
On the point? They're on the point. I'll do that one. You really don't need to sit out front on a ledge to actually shoot people and apply pressure as Pharah, so.
No one can hide.
You get hit by that sleep dart, though, there's a high possibility you're gonna die. Good, good, good. Mm-hmm. Mama. Mama. Mama.
Strike from above.
Who's ready to have some fun?
Up and away.
What? Oh yeah. I guess the other team was missing. I don't know why the game just doesn't pause. It could literally leave one team just sitting there, right? And then wait for a minute for the team to fill up and just pause the countdown timer. Not hard. It's not that difficult. You don't need to kick everyone back to the queue. Or just have it soft reset where if the game starts and like a team leaves and if the new team doesn't show up in like a minute, it just soft resets it to the start of the match and then it waits for new people to show up. It's not difficult. It's not hard. Bunch of ifs you could write for that.
Strike from above.
Anna, what has been going on in Egypt? It sounds serious.
Just a few ghosts I'm laying to rest. It's nothing to worry about.
I always worry, but I trust you are doing what is right.
We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
Hello!
Hello.
I'll protect your friends.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Concussive out.
That looked an awful lot like his latch on based on distance. That's curious. I haven't seen that one before. We'll see whether or not that's true or not, but when she came in with a certain distance to me, it like hard locked me. Whereas when she was further away, it looked like it was like maybe soft leaving. No. Still not sure if I like the magenta. We might do like a pink maybe. If it's a little bit too violet, it like hurts to look at, even if it's really noticeable. It's actually still left.
The payload has
Oh.
reached the checkpoint.
I see one.
Enemy over here. Aerial positioning underway.
Fuck the Sojourn go.
Dispersing.
Good.
Increasing altitude. I knew it. Dispersing. I need healing. My ultimate is justice. Rain from above. I see an enemy.
Is it ours or I think that's ours. Everywhere except near enough to the target.
Cybernetics regulated. Doesn't get better than that. Always more to learn.
Hey, sojourn en route.
I greet you.
I got Ren.
I've got you covered.
That was the Echo.
All systems nominal. Going somewhere?
Healer's dead. Looks like it. Nope, it is Zen. Pretty sure this guy's cheating. Looks like it's a lock on based on not distance away, but like left-right distance. Pixel lock based on how close the mouse is to the target. 80 pixels or so. That seems to be pretty popular. 80, 100 pixels. I don't know what other way to quantify it. Like in terms of maybe like screen space, like I'd say like an inch away from cursor. This thing's trying to kill me.
Shake it off.
That Sojourn was a knower trying to shoot me when I was coming out of spawn. Once again, Sojourn and Verisern is cheating. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Now they're down to tank and basically can't push. Unless our three guys do something really stupid here. And our tank respawned, and it was closer to our spawn, so more hurtful for them.
Repositioning. Taking off. Enemy over here.
You get him? I did.
This ends now. With it, I'm unstoppable.
Did we just watch him try to kill a guy behind a box? The fuck was that? He's 100% cheating! We literally just tried him to watch him shoot the guy through the fucking semi. Holy fucking shit. He's 100% cheating.
The skies await.
Good shit. Was it Anna or Kiriko? Yeah.
Play of the game.
Let's see. A guy called Correct. Ah, obviously. Yeah. What a dumbass. Like, that's like some D-level cheating right there. Maybe even F. That's like a complete failure. Imagine playing Counter-Strike and just like watching someone just constantly try to shoot someone through a wall. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. He knew exactly where that Ana was on the... I think it was Ana, and if it wasn't, maybe they swapped. Like, at the end of the match. Obviously, it was a Kiriko at the end. But they swapped, I think, at the end of the match. See?
Now traveling to Busan.
Awesome. See. Yeah, Shiro was playing Ana. Yeah, that guy was 100% cheating, though. Yeah, so I was right off the bat that something seemed off when that guy jumped up top there at the beginning of the match. But yeah, later on, even before that, knew something was weird with him. Nail in the coffin was him trying to shoot the fucking Ana multiple times through. Like, he was just holding down the fire button as he's coming around the side of the semi there, while trying to aim right at the Ana. Yeah, that wasn't just like him randomly shooting a wall for whatever fucking reason. He was trying to kill the Ana. What a dumbass. F. That's like a. That's just a straight up failure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
That's Widowmaker. Oh. It's a guy from earlier? No, it's a different guy.
Oh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
The objective is positioning.
Aerial positioning underway.
Here, your ugly clip clops. They're just gonna line sight you.
Sniper detected. Heroes never die. I don't stay down. Increasing altitude. Concussive out.
Yes. Oh god, mercy. I don't care about your 6-dimensional fighter. For some reason, we aren't getting heals, though. Good. Someone toggle? Mmm.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Can't wait.
Establishing aerial position. Justice reigns from above. In range of the objective. Or knock on it. Aerial positioning underway. Sniper. The skies await. Into the air.
They're fucking bitch. Well.
No one can hide on my sight.
Best round
Good.
lost.
Let's show him some air power.
Hmm.
Score 0-1.
Yeah. Anna might be cheating, or not the Anna, the Mercy might be cheating, which would be fucking weird. As mentioned this before, because she shoots fucking buses. There's no reason to use an aimbot with her, but I guess some people really suck at the game.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
And possibly that'd be like a first, but we had a weird Mercy before, so. And then the Widowmaker, but the Widowmaker sometimes seems to miss a bunch of shots, and sometimes she hits her shots. Maybe she's just normal.
3, 2,
Yeah.
1.
Seems like whenever it really matters, though, she's hitting all of her shots. And then just casually misses some.
Taking off.
Huh? Definitely cheating. He's looking at people through walls. Good. So we got another cheater that's playing the Widow. It's like the longer you play the game, like the more obvious the cheating gets, too. Which is why it's kind of nice playing fair for a like prolonged period of time instead of just swapping. Because then they start doing really stupid shit, where otherwise it's not outwardly apparent. This guy's definitely cheating. He's just straight up toggled on now. Yeah.
Returning to battle.
Yeah. He's just straight cheating now. The beginning, I was like, nah, maybe not. Yeah, no, he's just cheating. Got me good. He's smurfing. Yeah, because that's exactly what happens when you get to high MMR. You can start looking through walls at people. Your third eye Jigan opens.
Let's show him some air power.
He's a smurf. Might as well.
Increasing altitude. Sniper.
I don't expect him really to miss any of the shots, so. Our one chance is literally when we flew up there to hit him and kill him before that happened.
All systems manual.
It's a smurf. Yeah, he looks through walls because he's a smurf. I got it. Gotcha. Shit. Playing Tracer now? No, he's still playing Widow. He's totally gonna come out over here though, so he can get line of sight on people and kill them. Or below me?
You thought you had me.
Yeah, he's literally trying to sneak out so he can start insta-killing everyone. Good for him.
Over here. Concussive out.
Trying to aimbot grenade me. Bye. Yeah, aimbot grenade, check. It's kind of weird whenever you see cheaters play McCree. It just shows you the kind of hit reg issues in the game because it looks like his aim's on and he just doesn't miss his shots, even though it's like he's shooting it and it looks like it's hitting me. It just doesn't do damage to me. So there's definitely something wrong with hit reg on McCree though. He fucking missed his aimbot because I jumped it right away.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Hilarious. All right. Lead one. Kiriko, this is also the guy that's playing Mercy at one point, by the way, that I also thought was cheating. And Junkrat, we didn't really have problems with him. Yeah, that's a failure. That's an F tier aimbot there again, or F tier cheater again there, guys. That's a straight failure. When you're looking at people through walls, especially multiple times, not like just like even casual glances is dead giveaway because he never he's smurfing. Yeah, dude, it just shows you kind of where the Overwatch community is in terms of being able to figure out who's cheating or not. Which is why, by the way, you never mention people cheating in the game because they'll just immediately say, "No, you just bad." Because the community's just dumb as shit. That's just the way it works. Not everyone is very good at finding cheaters, let alone looking at people. It's very, very few far in between where you'll find someone that's actually sort of on the same wavelength of finding people that are cheating. Yeah, that Widow was straight up cheating. At the beginning, she looked normal, and then she toggled on like halfway into the round. Hilarious. Ah. He's smurfing. That's a new favorite right there. Is when you point out someone is looking at people through walls and someone replies that they think they're smurfing. Ah, I guess I missed that in the professional brackets, guys. In OWL, they look at people through walls because they're that good, right? Therefore, they obviously do it at lower ranks too when they're smurfing. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's hilarious.
Aerial positioning underway.
But yeah, it's a pointless endeavor just to point out people cheating. You just report them. You don't even bother talking about it with people unless you want to see what they respond with. Like in Dead by Daylight, I mention it all the time because I just kind of see the kind of bullshit they come up with. Push me. You. Bye. That was a waste, by the way. Their whole team was dead. There's no point in me doing that. We would have killed her anyways, or she would have gotten away, but either way, she wouldn't have done anything. It didn't matter. Huge waste.
The skies await.
They're smurfing. That's. I don't know why I find that so hilarious. I think it just shows you the disconnect between what people think they know about cheating and what actually happens, and their preconceived notions about professional players all in one. That takes the cake. That's a quote, by the way. That's 100% a quote of the day right there. This guy's looking at you through walls. They're obviously smurfing. Uh-oh. Thank you. Ah! Okay, well, good job, Ash. Not sure how you can be so accurate and then fucking throw that thing into the fucking boonies or whatever the fuck you did with that. I'm not sure what she was doing there. Widow back there.
I need healing. The enemy has claimed the robot. Dispersing. That's where he is.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Eventually gonna happen. I don't know what our team was doing on the side of the building. There's like 3 of them over there. 2 of them on the side of the building. And obviously if you're flanking, it only takes like 1 person to do that. One of them was our tank, too.
Someone call the ambulance. I am in power.
I swear I'm fucking... This guy's a giant fucking blob, guys. I have no idea how I'm fucking shooting through him. I think I might switch from magenta to pink. Bad time to reload. No. Almost got it. Popping someone out of cover is actually a big deal. Oh. That's unfortunate. I didn't get a kill cam either.
Making another approach. Up and away. Damn.
Bye. Oh my god. She fucking ulted too! She was out of her mech! How the fuck did she Q? Her mech exploded and she Q'd after the mech exploded. The fuck is that shit?
Activating sequence.
What? It looked like he missed. I think the Ashe headshot me, and I don't understand the limbs in this game, guys, and why people don't get assists. Like, she didn't, I don't think she even showed up, did she? Headshot, which is eventually going to happen. It's kind of weird. That one actually looked like it met up with my head. Weird. I'm used to them literally just like teleporting to my brain. Yeah, everyone's an OWL player. Actually looks an awful lot like we got toggles now. Oh, infravision. Okay. Good.
I don't stay down.
I'll see. You think they're just gonna magic this out of their ass, guys? We've kept them suppressed literally the entire match. Huh? Oh my god, Mercy! What the fuck is that shit? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Ashe is cheating though. Putting aside what's happening right now. Yeah. Them.
All systems nominal.
Gotta bring in that clutch win for emphasis, you know. So he gets that dopamine and adrenaline going.
Don't mess with my family. Just rains from above. If we stop them, it's over.
shit. Maybe not. I don't know. It definitely looked kind of fucking weird at the end there with Ash. Yes, the Widow was lucky. Which is, they're eventually going to kill you, right? Doesn't matter. I don't know. Ash still looked kind of fucking weird in the other kill cams earlier on in the match, too. Really good aim and then throws Bob into a hole. Good. Happy Tuesday, ones, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far. Mm-hmm. Mer. By the way, Mouse feels pretty good today, so I don't know. We might keep it. We might keep 8 kilohertz with high precision on. 4 kilohertz was just a straight up loss, though. The big L. All I said is going to switch it to pink. Pink. Okay. I guess we aren't going to change it just now.
Welcome to circuit. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Pink, right? Pink, purple. We're going to do pink. When you start getting into things like purple, it's going to be too dark.
Strike from above.
1.
Just to warn
One of the
you,
problems with the game is
don't
that
have a
stuff
lot of
is too dark.
experience Healing people who fly.
Just hit me in midair. How hard could it be?
Oh shit.
Positioning.
Just hit me in the air, Baptiste. You don't want to do that. Use a healing stick like Mercy. Aim your gun.
The hand will not blink.
He's actually trying to hit me. Oh, I don't want your pot shot. He has a Widow boost or a Mercy boost in her too. Good. Heal bot.
I am empowered.
I'm not gonna be able to kill her before they respawn. Mercy! Mercy! Oh my god, Mercy. And they have a Pharah now. Hilarious.
All systems nominal.
They have been revived.
Establishing aerial position.
Join me.
Time for the reckoning. Keep it tight.
You guys. Waiting for my shift to come up. It's a losing position until it happens.
I don't stay down.
The payload has reached the
Yeah? You toggle for me? Hasn't hit anything all game. That's not gonna work. What's going on with my aim now? Dude, what the fuck's going on here? I was just talking about how my aim's pretty good, and now it just went to shit. The fuck is this shit? It's not like these guys are super mobile or anything.
The skies await.
Light them up.
Enemy over here. Aerial positioning underway. Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Too bad we weren't surrounded by 2 healers, guys.
I will not let you fall. Not done yet.
Once again, there's 2 healers behind me.
Okay, my head's in the game. Taking off.
Step ladder.
Fucking Christ. You just need to get hit once. You must be in a pre-made, guys. Good fucking shit. Fuck, dude. Fucking hits everything now. Good for him.
Let's show him some
And good for him, guys.
Heroes never die.
It's high time.
Up and away.
Helden sterben nicht.
I am power. I don't think so. Establishing here justice reigns from above. Right back at you.
Fucking aimbot grenade can suck my dick, dude.
Thanks for the assist.
Light them up.
When we will with it will.
I just got hit by it too. Good. Don't worry, guys. Just misses shots on other people. Oh, nobody's hitting shots again. Good for him. So, just based on what we're seeing with the Widowmaker, it looks like they toggle on and off throughout the match. They'll go through spurts of just hitting absolutely nothing, and then they'll hit all their shots. Yeah. Basically when it matters. And on me for some reason. Good shit. Yep.
The skies await.
Possibly a trigger bot, too. Someone get pissy?
Let them up.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Yeah, she just shot me through the fucking mirror?
Let's show him some air power.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
60 seconds. Justice reigns from above.
Hi.
High power. Repulsion.
Are you back there watching it? One shot me again? No?
Increasing altitude. I don't think so.
Let them up.
Establishing carrying position.
Good. I don't know, guys. So even when the Widow, like, I just wasn't allowing her to finish me for some reason, she doesn't hit headshots. She just hits chest shots. But just hide every time she hit me.
Let them up.
Good stuff.
Way to use my matrix, Cassidy. Maybe there's hope for you.
I don't know. I fucking just mentioned that, like, my accuracy is pretty good tonight, and then all of a sudden we just start missing all of our easy shots on people. Like, just don't fucking hit them for some reason. Don't know why. Got better later on. Weird shit. Okay. I need to take a piss real quick here, guys. I'm still pretty sure the Widow was cheating. Let's see. The Prestige 1. They just miss a shitload of shots, and then they hit a bunch of shots. Is this the right person? Pretty big, stark contrast there, guys, between when they're hitting all their shots and when they miss all their shots, which is what happens when people toggle on and off with their F2 key. We're back, guys. I got to take a piss and get a water. Alrighty. Good. That sucks. Also, at one point there, we weren't getting any heals for whatever reason. There's... Mm-hmm. Do 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 do.
Traveling to Icon. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Sombra is playing Baptiste. Let's see.
Strike from above.
I grow tired of this.
You're tired?
Oh, the meme I made about nerfing Nurse is actually has some upvotes on it. That's hilarious.
I think you mean Pyromania?
That one I'm still seeing it for. Lovely ammo for a mission, isn't it?
5, 4, 3, 2,
Up and away.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
That's not good.
Finishing them off. I don't stay down.
Maybe pink isn't a good color? Find out. We have another team. Lucky we have teammates, excuse me. Their fucking Kiriko's doing. There must be a streamer that's popularizing offensive Kiriko. Like with DPS Moira. I was over the wall. Yep. Apparently, the game didn't think so. I thought she threw a ball over and I died to the ball. God. And Echo's just being fucking annoying. Yeah. That looked kind of weird, but you know. Good.
Over here.
I just died behind the cardigan. Like she didn't have line of sight when she killed me. The fuck is that shit?
Shake it off.
Let them up.
Soldier 76.
Controller aim?
Aerial positioning underway. Always more to learn. I don't give up that easily.
Fucking Christ. And they're all trying to kill me. It literally feels like we don't have another DPS here and we don't have a tank. And Echo might be cheating too. There's a lot of weird shit going on here. Echo might be cheating and Symmetra. We only got one kill cam on Symmetra though. Fucking shit.
All systems nominal.
Every plan must be there.
Returning to battle.
Unfucking-believable. And we aren't gonna get a kill cam either. A lot of weird shit going on in this game, guys. And unfortunately, like, there's no one person where we could just keep getting a kill cam on them. I'm pretty sure the Sombros, or not Sombra, the Symmetra's cheating. That's why I said she had a controller aim, because it literally, like, locked between targets. But we only got one kill cam on her. And the echo is just obnoxious. It literally wasn't worth looking at. Possibly cheating? Fuck. I really should have watched Echo more and I wasn't. Oh, I really should have watched more kill cams on there, but I didn't. First one literally looked like she couldn't aim worth shit, and then I just stopped watching her after that point. Good stuff.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude. Double a clean kill.
We might go back to Magenta. Do another one here and see what's going on.
Select your hero.
Strike from above.
Are you ever going to tell me Valkyrie's airfoil ratio?
Are you going to tell me Ingrid's apple pie recipe?
Shut up. You drive a hard part.
I'll just ask her myself.
Increasing altitude. Good leadership makes all the difference.
Now it's going.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Scatter. They outnumber us. Keep it tight. I knew I could help them.
Watch out for this one. Over here.
Making another approach. En route.
Objective lost.
Good job, team.
Stop the payload.
Fuck.
Over there. Establishing aerial position. Enemy over here. Blasting. Let's show him some air power.
Go away, little icon, so I can shoot at the widow. Thank you.
Enemy here. Messy, but we got it back. Taking to the air. I don't think so.
I just fucking flew in that. Let's not actually push the enemy team back further, guys. Let's make sure we go back to where they have to run the cart in. What a good idea. Oh my god, this Pharaoh is overextended because he's actually forward to the position where they have to achieve the goal. I see. The Bastion might be cheating. See. Up you go. Self-heal, Ben Sam? Got it.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. On the move. Perfect hit. Let's cut the pace. Aerial positioning underway. Increasing altitude. Enemy over here.
Good.
Much
Double kill.
Luckily, we have a Reinhardt that's swinging the hammer. Super useful.
establishing aerial position.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Self-heal. Good. We have some pretty shitty healers in this map, guys. It is fucking Kiriko. Holy shit.
Repulsion.
gonna ult it, but that's not actually a good spot to ult. I don't know if I was getting hit by Bob or not. I don't think I was.
I don't want to talk about it. Repositioning.
Group up here.
Headshot.
Fall back, their time is short. Hold strong. They have superior numbers. My ultimate is ready.
A taste of poison.
Not sure what was doing all the damage to me. It shouldn't have been the Moira. Something.
You surrender to my will.
I think it's the Ashe. Just we aren't getting kill cams. Could have been Ashe and the Widow hitting me. Widow. Here, Widow toggled. Wasn't doing anything all match, and then all of a sudden just killed her team over and over and over and over again at the end of the match. Like, majority of our kills, even though we died like Moira and random shit, it wasn't her doing damage. It was Ashe and Widow, and I think it was mainly Widow. Just so they weren't getting kill cams. We weren't getting kill cams because they weren't killing me. Gold? Ah, the gold. I guess maybe they just got lucky. Normal gold things. I see.
Strike from above. Ooh, I live for this.
With each step, my burden lightens.
I don't know if I like pink. We might go back to magenta, guys. We might go back to doing magenta.
I am empowered. Enemy over here.
Yeah. It's like magenta or pink is too light of a color. So it blends in a lot with the HDR effects. Ooh. With the HDR effects on my screen. Oh my god, Mercy. You crazy rebel. Feels an awful lot like our Ramada has an aimbot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Ramada has a fucking aimbot. That's what happened the first time I thought they had a Bastion. No, I think Ramada has an aimbot. Holy fuck. That's fucking hilarious. Occasionally you encounter tanks that are cheating. Hi.
I am empowered. Taking to the air.
Beef? No, he's still here. Good. You can't completely stand on these, you get bopped off after a while. Yeah, so there's actually a case where the colors are too dark and you can't actually differentiate them easily because the rest of the map is dark. What's going on there? The fuck was that? He just what? I don't know, guys. It's like he's fucking around with his aimbot or something. Is he watching my stream? Or is not a counter interferer, my dude? That is. That definitely is. And he's listening to me say that.
All systems nominal. Aerial positioning.
And he's like, oh, that's a little bit too much. Better tone her down a bit so I don't get reported. Uh-huh. Not close enough. Bye. Not the play. He hits like every shot, and I think this was the Junkrat from the beginning. Might have something, might be using an aimbot, I'm not sure, a projectile aimbot. Oh, it's kind of rare.
I've got you covered.
Kind of rare. But yeah, it's like every single shot unless you do like call it logarithmic movement, which can't be led. That's not the way it works. You have to do it based on what you assume the player is going to do. You PC players are the reason hate crimes exist.
And what a shame.
I guess he's trying to tell us he's on council? I don't buy that guy's on council. I'm pretty sure he was cheating, and he was just fucking around with his aimbot earlier. Pretty sure that guy's cheating. Crossplay only works if you're in a group, so he's in a group with his friends right now. Widow? Is that the guy? Yeah, that's the Pharah. I'm very certain that guy's cheating. Along with his tank friend. Yeah, very certain that guy's cheating. Yeah. And that is the Widow again, right? No, Widow's still Widow. Yeah, we gotta go back to magenta. This isn't working. It's too light. It's extremely difficult to differentiate from the light colors now. Widow does not miss.
Okay, my head's in the game. Increasing altitude.
Yeah. Apparently they're getting pissy. As I mentioned, I'm very certain this guy is cheating. They must be watching my stream. That's the only thing I can surmise, which is why he was fucking around with his aimbot earlier when he's just standing still. Good for them.
Let's show him some air power. Positioning underway. I need healing. Thanks for the assist.
Another guy that doesn't miss at all. This is probably a pre-made. I don't have enough time to fucking ult him. I wanted to kill the tank, but we didn't have an opportunity to kill the tank because I didn't have enough health. Too low on health, not able to actually engage.
Healthy body, healthy mind. I will not waste this opportunity.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Widow's missing shots now. Weird, huh? Huh. Ash is missing shots now, too. That's fucking weird. They're definitely all trying to gun for me for some reason. So, Ash is cheating, the Widow's cheating, and the tank is cheating. But he swapped off after I pointed that out. He started fucking around with stuff and started going AFK. So definitely watching my stream, guys. Apparently, for whatever reason. And responding to the stuff that I'm talking about on stream. So I didn't mention anything in chat. I've mentioned nothing in game. So it has to be through stream. I'm a console player, by the way. That's why my aim was literally a fucking aimbot at Ramada. And then all of a sudden I was messing around with stuff, and now I'm playing Doomfist again, which has like no aim. Yeah, fuck off, dude. And then at the end there, it looked like they went back to normal. So, the Widow's definitely cheating, now missing shots. Who was also playing Pharah, who played Junkrat at the beginning of the match. How many shots do you think they're gonna miss? Oh. Uh-huh. Missing a bunch of shots now. That's the guy that's playing, We'll have to look and go back through the gameplay and see who's playing who. God. at all these shots these DPS are missing now. Kind of ridiculous. Huh? Was not up. Notice how many shots these guys are missing now? It's kind of weird. So they were cheating through most of round 2, and then they untoggled. I guess to make the game longer. No idea what the fuck they're doing. It's not the same players we were just playing against earlier, with the Widow that was insta-killing everything. This guy can't even fucking hit shots anymore. Definitely cheating. Mercy might also be cheating, but not sure on that one. Unrelated. Give a shit about you, dude. Are you just gonna magically start hitting shots now? Suck my dick, dude. I got him though. Good. Yeah, so now they toggled off and they literally can't hit shit. I'd say they're like below, maybe average as far as aim goes. Definitely toggle off and on throughout the match depending on what's going on. Yeah, the Mercy's also cheating. Good shit. Yeah, these guys are all together. This is definitely a pre-made. Maybe a 4-man or maybe a 5-man. Yeah. And apparently they know who I am because they continually talking about me for some reason. Despite whatever went on in this game. No one talked to them, by the way. No one has said anything in chat. There's nothing going on here. Alright, the reports begin. Okay, let's figure out who is playing the... There's one character, one guy that seems to enjoy the Projectile Heroes, which was the guy that was playing Junkrat. I think the only one in there that wasn't cheating was the Kiriko. Let's see. The one in there that wasn't cheating. Throughout the match. The gameplay and see who's playing who. For some reason they were changing a lot of characters despite the fact that he hits like every shot, and I think this was the Junkrat from the beginning. Not close enough. Yeah, so he played the Echo later on. playing the Junkrat at the beginning. Effects. Ooh. With HDR effects on my screen. Our Ramada has an aimbot. Holy fuck. That's fucking hilarious. Occasionally you encounter tanks that are cheating. Gook. Hey. Who plays Farah? Is that the Gook guy? Not close. He has like Buster J. Hey, he was playing Widowmaker. Eh. Pretty sure I reported this guy not on Mercy, but on a different DPS. And who's the Pharaoh? The guy that played Widow later on. Health. Rico, I think, was legit. Guy was playing Ash. Who else did he play throughout the round? Was it playing Echo? These guys totally toggled off at the end of round 2 to make things go an extra round, by the way. They wanted to make things last longer instead of just completely dominating the point. It's your typical cheater behavior where they think they're good enough where they don't need to cheat, and they start cheating because they want to win. Gook plays Echo. Working on it. There's a lot of people in here that are cheating. It's a cheat squad. These guys are all together. The moment they're stream sniping too. The moment I mentioned in chat that I thought the Ramada was cheating, he mentioned he's a console player, so I'd think that he was using a controller. No one was talking to chat. No one said anything, by the way. No one said a single thing. The moment I mentioned that he was a Ramada with an aimbot, he just started standing around, for whatever reason, just started standing around the open, and then eventually switched to Doomfist. Probably because he couldn't figure out how to change it. I'm gonna bother. You can fuck off. Mercy was also cheating, which is pretty rare. He's not up. No idea what the fuck they're doing. It's not the same players we were just playing against earlier with the Widow that was insta-killing everything. This guy can't even fucking hit shots anymore. Definitely cheating. Who's the Hanzo? The Hanzo was the Widowmaker. Not sure on that one. Unrelated. Off, and they literally can't. What happens, guys, when cheaters try to make things seem organic? The Mercy is just cheating throughout the match. It doesn't look like she's ever toggling on or off. Whenever she's shooting me, they're always perfectly led. Yeah, the Mercy's also cheating. Let's see. Start hitting shot. Unrelated. Definitely all trying to go. Too low on. Probably a pre-made. She was playing Ashe. What was she playing in first round? What was she doing in first round? It was actually a kid.
Float like a jellyfish, sting like a jellyfish.
What the fuck was that? I don't know, guys. It's like he's fucking around with his aimbot or something. Is he watching my stream? Or is not a counter interferer, my dude? Is if you have an aimbot. That definitely is. Garbly go-go. Uh-huh. Close enough. Playing soldier. Aimbot. Rare, which can't be led. In hate crimes group, so he's in a group with his friends right now. By the way, the guy in chat here didn't seem to know the only reason he'd be matched with us. If you're in crossplay, by the way, crossplay does not work with crossplay unless you're in a group with other people. That's the only way. So there's a first hint, by the way, that guy's grouped with other people in this squad is because, you know, he apparently allegedly was in crossplay, and the only way he'd end up in our game is if he's playing with other people. Yeah. And that is Widow again, right? No, Widow's still Widow. Extremely difficult to
All these guys are changing constantly.
It's like they're trying to confuse me. I don't know what's going on here. As I mentioned, so he's playing in Ashe. This is probably a pre-made. I wanted to queue there so many times. I wanted to kill the tank. Off after I pointed the trying to. Who was he on at the beginning of round one? Magenta guys. You might. Yeah. Like it's like
Junkrat.
It's like magenta or pink is too light of a color.
I agree.
So it
Pink
blends
sucks.
in a lot with the HDR effects. Ooh. With the HDR effects on my screen. Oh my god, Mercy. You crazy rebel. Feels an awful lot like our Ramada has an aimbot. Ramada has an aimbot. Encounter. He's playing Junkrat, then he switched to Soldier, Ashe, and then Echo. Yes. What's going on there? Yeah, he's just fucking with. What was he doing? And then he just walks off the edge. What was that? Yep, makes complete sense. It'd be kind of weird if I didn't agree with myself, wouldn't it be?
A little bit too much. Better tone her down a bit so I don't get recorded.
Not close enough. Bye. Not the play. Hardest person to fool is yourself. I mean, you start second guessing yourself enough, you aren't gonna be able to figure anything out.
And I think this was the Junkrat from the beginning.
Wasn't. This was a Genji.
Might have something. Might be using an aimbot. I'm not sure. A projectile aimbot. Oh, it's kind of rare.
Do it based on, I guess. So, Junkrat.
Yeah.
Junkrat, Soldier,
Apparently
Ash.
they're getting pissy. As I mentioned, I'm very certain this guy is cheating. They must be watching my stream. That's the only thing I can surmise, which is why he was fucking around with his aimbot earlier when he's just standing still. Yeah. The witch looked like. At the end, they like toggled off to try and prove that they could actually win on their own or something. Mercy wasn't toggled though. Look at all these shots these DPS are missing now. Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, second round I flew around, I instantly died. Huh.
Was not up. Notice how many shots these guys are missing now? Just playing against earlier. Mercy. I got him this.
Okay. All right. And who's the last guy? It was the Soldier. Guy who was playing Echo. I think they're normal in round 3. This is the guy that also played Echo at the end there, which didn't seem like they're super... Echoes with aimbots are incredibly fucking annoying. And you just explode instantly. Fun! Normally you don't get entire squads, guys. However, we just got an entire fucking squad, so... Kiriko, like I mentioned before, I think is the only person in there that seemed legit. Everyone else seemed like they were cheating. And Ramada, weirdly enough, just starts making claims about being a council player the moment I mention he's cheating. He swaps off Ramada to Doomfist for the rest of the game. Not that it means anything. I think a lot of the cheat accounts, we talked about this before, usually they're low prestige because they're probably just bot accounts of people that are accounts that are reactivated. Flat diamond. Gold. I think More so, I'm pretty sure we played against this guy, unless someone has the exact same name. We've played against this guy before, only he played DPS. Does not play DPS? No, he plays DPS. Very certain. I'm very certain we've played against this guy before. Once again, Salt is not an uncommon name, so could be confusing with someone else. Yeah, yikes. Yikes. And I'm pretty sure, based on the chat that was popping up, I'm pretty sure this is a complete pre-made. I'm pretty sure these guys were all together. And they're, for some reason, they're trying to suck my dick at the end of that. I don't know, maybe it was just a complete pre-made of people that were just a squad and praising me. Maybe I just got that wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was a cheat squad. And they tried to extend the round by toggling off the end there to make it a legit round at the end of the game in round 3. Round 1 through 2 definitely seemed like they were cheating. But yeah, good, guys. Fun. Still, we had a shitload of cheaters yesterday. Today was much better than yesterday. I don't know what the fuck was going on yesterday on Monday, that is. We had a boatload of people. We haven't had so many people cheating in this game since the beginning of December, maybe. It's been a long time. December was pretty good. And then yesterday, Monday that is, yesterday we had like shitloads of people that were cheating. It was like every other game or every game had someone that was cheating. Tonight was much better than that. We still had a significant number of people that are cheating, ending and culminating with the game we just played in. And I had to break it down, because when there's a bunch of people cheating, this is the same thing with Dead by Daylight. It's not just one person. It's trying to pick apart what went on in the game and like what was, because there's so many different angles, you're trying to process a bunch of shit at the same time. What exactly was going on and who was playing who. For instance, with the DPS characters, when I was cycling through them, trying to figure out who swapped to who. I actually had it wrong at the beginning. I thought like there's one guy that was just playing on projectile heroes, but it wasn't. They swapped back and forth. Ramada, very certain at the beginning of that match, was cheating. It was like a Bastion. Like, if you can hit all of his fucking spray, he does a boatload of damage. But there's a pretty strong lead on it. The projectile is relatively slow, all things considered. And as such, you have to lead the player significantly. But he's just, like, evaporating people at the beginning of the round. And they started standing around randomly. And then all of a sudden, he is complaining about being a PC or a console player and then swapped to Doomfist. So maybe he was just a console player with an aimbot, you know, that just happens, right? He has a Zim or something. I don't know. Which means he's in a group with people. If he was playing with, if he was console, he's in a group with people. But alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight. Yeah, not Dead by Daylight. Overwatch 2. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. Yeah, weird games tonight, guys. We had some pretty good games. Also, my aim feels relatively good today as well. That's good. Except for that one game at the beginning. I don't know why. It was fucking all over the place. Games where we lost, it still felt relatively good. Oh, this actually looks specifically that good, though. Very few 40s tonight. Normally I'm at 40s, high 40s. And I don't know, guys. Like, my aim feels pretty good, but it looks like it's not showing up particularly in accuracy. Once again, it'd be nice if I could actually just look at a scoreboard here, like your end game scoreboard, so then I could actually see what happened in the game instead of trying to make an impulse decision based on this like one little thing here. These two stats I can get here, because we can't see how much damage the other guys did in the match, or how much damage they did, how many deaths they had, how many deaths were on our team, how many kills were on our team, and us comparably to the rest of our team. Like, you need context, and if there's no context, you can't this only means so much to me. So I don't know. Otherwise, we had some pretty good games tonight, guys. It was actually pretty enjoyable. It seemed like we're hitting shots. Maybe it was just I'm spamming more shots. I'm not exactly sure. Not exactly sure how that works, but I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream and you enjoyed things, make sure to follow up in the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night. GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. Yeah, normally we don't spend time diagnosing the, like, the aftermatch aimbot bullshit, but Oh, fuck you, Idwin. You've been here for a while. I know you have. You've just been sitting here silently waiting to say hi so you could act like you're causing the stream to end. No, I'm not going to play an extra game because you're here now. I know how you think. But yeah, normally we don't sit here and just like look through footage of people I think are cheating because it's boring, and because honestly I'd rather play games. But that game was really fucking weird, and there's a lot going on, and I was trying to pull it apart just to see what I was thinking versus what actually happened in the game while it was going on. But yeah, guys, it was good. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.